It is not safe to be outside for anyone, really, as this dust storm comes in. You're going to want to find a place to shelter indoors and wait it out. The dust storm warning until 5:45, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there our chopper view of this massive dust storm, thousands of feet high in the air, and it looks like it, just based on what I'm seeing on the radar, may be a minimum of 30-40 miles across. That's my estimate here, just based on where I see the outflow boundary. But this is a really big dust storm coming into the Phoenix metro area. And again, rain shower activity will follow behind it in the next couple of hours. Okay, back out here live as we continue to track this dust storm. The dust storm warning till 5:45. You can see the radar Valley right now. You're going to want to find shelter inside and encourage anyone you know that is outside right now and engaging in various activities across the valley to seek shelter at this hour as it moves in. We've got our crews all across the valley helping us to track the storms as we not only track the dust but track the thunderstorm threat behind it. One of them is Lillian Donahue. She showed you just moments ago those steps to take when you get into a dust storm situation and you're on the road to pull off. I do want to check in with her. She is still pulled off to the right. Lillian, can you give us an update on what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, as of right now, like I said about a few minutes ago when we were driving in, you caught us just seconds after we actually entered into this dust storm. We had pretty decent visibility for about a minute and a half, and then it went down to very low visibility for a second as well. And so as soon as that visibility changed, I wanted to be safe than sorry, right? We are starting to see a little bit of lightning in this storm too. So safer than sorry, which is why we decided to pull off the road to stay as far off the road as possible, sitting with our air as well, turning everything off so that we are all in parked and just waiting out this dust. That's exactly what we want to do. As we are seeing though on the road currently, these cars are going to a crawl currently. If they are on the road, they're going down to maybe 30 miles an hour, I would say 35, 40 miles an hour. But you see also ahead, you have tumbleweeds. You have things that are flying across the 10 right now. So definitely a very unsafe situation if you are driving. That's why I recommend, that's why everyone recommends to pull over and to stay safe. But you see how fast this wind is coming at us right now. It is shaking the car, shaking the trees, absolutely everything. And there's a lot of stuff that's flying off the desert here as well. A giant gust of wind just coming this way right now off that desert. All of that dust really hitting the car currently as we're just kind of waiting this out. Cars are definitely slowing down. Everyone has their hazards on as well, but this is a strong, powerful dust storm that is moving northbound along the 10, and that's kind of exactly what we're seeing here. And that's why I say safe than sorry. A lot of folks are deciding to pull off, especially further up towards that next exit that's up there as well. Back to you guys.
Significantly reduced across the area. I do want to give you the bird's eye view, kind of the chopper shot here of just how massive this dust storm is. It is rolling in from the south. You can see it already hitting the ag land on the right-hand bottom portion of your screen, but it is going to start to move into the city here in just a matter of minutes. On ABC15 Desert Doppler, we're starting to kind of lose the outflow boundary that lets us know its exact location, but it's kind of getting swallowed in some of the rain that's starting to move in as well. I do think it's right about here. I'm going to draw a white line on the screen. It's right about Queen Creek, stretching all the way back across the 347 toward Maricopa, and it is pushing to the north. So again, this is going to start to be moving into southern and southeastern portions of the valley here shortly, and that is being verified by the chopper footage that we're seeing, that live look right now as it kind of takes over those desert areas, moves across some of the ag land and pushes toward the city. So a dust storm warning till 5:45 right now. At this point, if you are watching us from Chandler, Mesa, Gilbert, Apache Junction, this is your cue to go out and really tie down any of that lightweight patio furniture. You don't want to be blown away. Secure everything you can. You have just a few minutes to do so before this dust storm starts to move in. If you can see it to the south, that is your cue to head inside and wait until all of this dust clears. It is not going to be safe to be on the roads in the valley as this moves in, and it's not going to be safe to be outside breathing in the dust as it moves in. Again, this is a dust storm warning for the Phoenix metro area. It's going to go until 5:45, and behind it, we're going to see some of this rain move in. We've got shower and thunderstorm activity right now across Pinal County. It's moving into Sacaton, and it is closing in on the Phoenix metro area right behind that blowing dust. So hopefully we'll get a lot of rain right behind this for the areas that will see the dust to help kind of improve air quality. But the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, in anticipation of this dust today, already put us under a high pollution advisory. So again, really want to limit your time outside and not breathe in that dust for the rest of the day.
Really quick, if we can, Amber, go out to Ashley DiMartino, who's actually in one of our other live drives. You mentioned Chandler. Take a look at this shot that she has out in the live drive right now as you see that haboob moving in through the area. Ashley, break down what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, Craig, so we are right now just south of Hunt Highway on Goodyear Road. So this is out in just south of Sun Lakes, and you can see the wall of dust that is coming into the valley right now. We have been watching this as we've been headed this way, getting closer and closer, this ominous brown darkness, and it is just thick. We know that as we continue to head towards the east, we are going to be seeing this just kind of overtaking our car here in just a matter of minutes. Even as I'm just looking off to my right, which is down to the south, we're going to turn that direction right now. You're going to be able to see that there's zero visibility. This dust storm is huge. This haboob is from thousands and thousands of feet in the sky, and it is just dark. So being out on the roads, extremely dangerous right now. We're noticing everybody's going very slow. And again, it's kind of that eerie calm before the dust hits at this point. But we know that again, we're driving towards it. We're driving into it right now, heading just towards the south here, just south of Sun Lakes.
Thank you, Ashley. We've been letting people know as we track this storm that we do have crews helping to provide the visuals, but all of them are aware of what they need to do when the visibility drops. So we just want to reiterate that to you as well. Our crews are being safe, and here's how you should be safe in a dust storm like this. If you encounter blowing dust and the visibility starts to drop, you want to pull off to the right as far as you can. You want to put your car in park, take your foot off the brake, turn your lights off. You don't want people behind you seeing your lights and thinking, oh, that's the way out, and then they follow and then they crash into you from behind. So those are the tips when you encounter blowing dust like this, and it looks like Ashley is heeding those tips and the driver there as they pull off and that visibility starts to drop. The dust storm warning goes until 5:45. I do want to give you the chopper view one more time here because this is just a beast of a storm. It is thousands of feet in the air right now, and visibility is dropping fast. It's starting to close in on Sun Lakes, as Ashley mentioned, and it's pushing north into the Phoenix metro area. Now, I know a lot of kids across the valley have after-school sports right now. If you're a parent and you're watching us, you need to contact the coaches. If they haven't seen it coming yet, they need a heads up that they need to get those players off of the field and get them inside, because this is not a safe situation, both in terms of visibility, but also in terms of just the health impacts that breathing in blowing dust like this could have on you short term and long term. Again, we don't want anybody outside in this dust storm breathing in all of that dust and everything else that this storm has picked up. On the right hand side of your screen is the chopper view. On the left hand side is ABC15 Desert Doppler. I have outlined the position of the dust. We're going to update that. I'm going to clear this off because again, it has moved. So I'm going to redraw this line of where the dust storm likely is, stretching from just outside of Gold Canyon, it looks like, down to the south, and really taking over the 347 and I-10 south of the valley at this hour. It is moving to the north. We do have shower activity behind it and new storms that may pop as it moves in. So ABC15 Desert Doppler picking up on some of that rain activity as well. A few pop-ups here and there with some light sprinkles in parts of the valley, but the heavier stuff is down along the 87 near Sacaton right now and also farther to the south. In fact, let's take a really broad look at what's happening. We've got a large cluster of thunderstorms south of the valley, which has prompted this dust storm. The winds flowing out of these storms have caused this dust storm to form. And it's still going strong rain-wise across Pinal County as that dust storm moves north into Maricopa County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. We have flash flood warnings. We have a lot to track, and this rain will continue to push to the north. So it's not going to be dust and that's it. It's going to be a massive dust storm that moves in over the next 30 minutes to an hour, and then rain showers will follow across the Phoenix metro area. And there is a chance that we might see some severe thunderstorms like we're tracking right now farther down to our south. So we have that in mind as well, that we might see some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour tonight that could cause damage. But right now the immediate threat is this blowing dust moving in ahead of these storms, and the low visibility and terrible air quality that this dust storm is bringing to the Phoenix metro area. This dust storm warning in effect until 5:45 right now. Again, as we continue to monitor this, we have crews around the valley and beyond helping us to track these storms. I want to send it out right now to Lillian Donahue for an update on where she's at. I know, Lillian, at one point you had to pull over because the visibility got so bad.
Yeah, I mean, visibility went away in a matter of just 30, 60 seconds. Honestly, if you can see behind me through the back window there, just how dark the dust and heavy the dust is behind that. That's exactly kind of where that dust storm is headed into the valley. But I'll show you ahead of what's on the other side of all of this dust. Now, the visibility has started to come back. So we made that decision to get back on the road. However, it is still very, very slow moving. Right now we are on the 10 southbound. I believe the next exit off is the 387 as well. So, and there's that rest area here along the 10 southbound. You can also see there's a lot of lightning. The high winds have not given up yet. So it's certainly a very high wind event that has those rain, has the thunderstorms, has everything on the backside of it as well. And that's what a lot of these cars and trucks are dealing with currently. We've seen a lot of cars getting kind of wind whipped by the side, right? Like you see these trucks kind of fighting to stay on that right side as well. We feel it. It's pushing our car ever so slightly as well. And like I said, safety first. That's why we pulled over. We turned everything off. When that dust storm took our visibility down to 1 to 2 car lengths, that was it. But you can see right in front of us as the storm really starts to hit, all of this wind and all of this rain is making that rain go sideways up to our windshield. That's why currently right now we're only going about 32 miles an hour on the 10 south, and that is really roughly about what everyone else is also going on as well. So like I said, this is kind of the back end of where that dust storm is, and we still have a little bit of dust, but as that rain really comes in, it's replaced with high wind, rain, and lightning on this side of things. Is that kind of what you guys are also seeing back on the radar as well?
Yeah, Lillian, the winds are picking up. Now, they're not as strong as they are farther down to the south. I mean, we had 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts across Pinal County, and that's why this dust storm formed in the first place. But as it moves in, we could definitely see wind gusts on the order of 40 to 50 miles per hour across the valley with this storm. Again, we have an air quality alert because of the dust particles, a dust storm warning till 5:45, and shower and thunderstorm activity now starting to form as well for far southern portions of the Phoenix metro area. I do want to send it out to Ashley DiMartino again. Ashley, it looks like you had to pull over because of that visibility. It is just getting ugly out there.
We did, Amber. So we actually ended up turning around right before the dust storm hit us where we were earlier, and we made our way back up to Hunt Highway. We started heading east, so we're right at about Hunt Highway and McQueen Road. If you know where that is out near Santan Valley, the Queen Creek area out there towards the southeast portion of the valley. We had to pull over. Visibility was down to 0, and you can see we've still got this dust coming through. Right now, you can't really tell on the camera. There you go. We can't see anything. And cars that were behind us, they pulled over as well. And again, we did everything like Lillian's been telling you. When they had to pull over, we pulled over. We turned off all our lights. We took our foot off of the brake. So again, we're just staying here at this point. But I think we're right in the middle of all of this. We can hear things hitting the car like tree branches right now. We can smell the dirt inside the car. That's the thing that you can smell. And it is zero visibility out here. So again, just making sure that everyone stays safe out here on these roads, and just don't try to drive into it. Don't try to drive, just pull over and be safe. So hoping that this sweeps by relatively quickly, and then we'll start to see, as Amber was mentioning, some of that rain that's coming our way. But again, the winds are just whipping. We've got dirt all over the car right now. You can kind of see some of it that's starting to pile up there right in front of the camera there on our live shot. That again, we're looking east on Hunt Highway down here in the southeast portion of the valley. And again, it's just kind of that wave that's coming with the dirt. It is picking up everything from the farm fields that are out here and just whipping it across Hunt Highway right now. So I will send it back to you all in the studio as we just kind of hunker down at this point and wait it out.
Point there that you can smell the dust, and that is another reminder that when you are in your vehicles, that you also need to switch that AC to recirculate the air in the car, because otherwise you're going to be bringing that dust in to the car from the outside, and not only can you smell it, but now you're risking it getting into your lungs and causing some respiratory issues as well. So make sure inside your vehicle, if you get caught in a dust storm, you're following all those safety tips about pulling off to the right and putting your car in park and taking your foot off the brake, but also switch that air conditioning to recirculate inside the vehicle and not bring in that outside air. Ashley also mentioned the winds whipping around tree branches. That's the other threat in all of this, is not just is it blowing dust coming in, but it can be anything debris-wise that is blowing around, hitting you. I mean, if you're out in a dust storm, you could be hit by a tree branch that you don't even see. It's a very dangerous situation. There's 347 and Cement Plant Road, so this is just south of the valley on the highway to Maricopa, and near the zero visibility down there as well. Again, a very dangerous situation as this dust storm moves into the Phoenix metro area. We are starting to see some rain fill in behind it. We're going to keep the image up from Chopper of the dust storm on your right-hand side. On the left, though, is ABC15 Desert Doppler, and I'm going to zoom this in to some of the areas that are starting to get rain right now. It is filling in towards Santan Village, lower Santan Village. We are also seeing the possibility of some hail. There's a little bit of the hail core right there, that gray that I've just circled here, showing the possibility of some small hail in that storm. We also have some really heavy rain coming down over the Santan Mountains and Santan Valley right now. That could lead to localized flooding, just an absolute downpour in the red right there, and more farther out to the north and east. Now, once we get into Queen Creek, we have what's called the radar cone of silence. You see this little circular area here where the radar is not picking up on anything. That's because that's the radar's location, and it cannot see what's exactly on top of it. It spreads that radar beam out in all directions and then continues to go up layers of the atmosphere, but it can't see directly vertical what's on top of it. So we get what's called the cone of silence, and we can't really tell what's happening right in the vicinity of where the radar is. But we do know these storms are coming in from the south with heavy rain and lots of lightning. We also have the dust that has moved in ahead of the storms, and it is one of the worst dust storms I've seen from our Chopper footage. And I've been doing this a long time, 16 years here at ABC 15, and I can only recall maybe a couple that were worse than this, including July 5th, 2011. This is a very bad dust storm that is coming in from the south right now. Chopper going in and out. We're trying to keep those guys safe up there and out ahead of the dust too. But this is a very dangerous storm. Dust storm warning till 5:45. Shower and thunderstorm activity will follow with pockets of heavy rain. And in some cases, it's going to be a muddy mess out there because you're going to have the dust mixed with the rain. I want to send it back out to Lillian Donahue. Looks like she's getting in on some of that rain right now. Lillian.
Yeah, all of that dense dust that you saw on our, on our video just a few minutes ago has now been replaced with dense rain. Very low visibility, especially on the highway, as these trucks and as cars have that kickback of the water. We are going to be turning around here. We're getting on exit 185 southbound on the 10. We're going to be turning back around and head back toward the valley just in a few minutes. But as you can see to the right and to the left, the desert is just getting saturated. And when it does get saturated like this, we know that a lot of this water that gets pooled on each side of the road that's where the danger comes from. So you have to be very careful when you are in this kind of storm. You can also tell via what we're looking at right now just how fast this storm is, how much wind is coming through this storm. Even on the backside of this dust storm, these are the winds that are propelling that super dense dust into the valley right now. On the backside of this, it's propelling the wind and the rain onto our car. And so that's kind of what we've been dealing with, is not only that spray of all of the cars that are coming off the highway that are trying to get off of that higher mile per hour, trying to bring it down a little bit, but also that wind that is coming in and hitting our car as well. And so, like I said, we are southbound on the 10. We just got off on that exit, and we're looking at currently State Route 387 near Coolidge, going toward the Florence area is what you're looking at right now. A lot of rain. We did see some lightning. Not a ton. It's not a light storm like we've seen in past few weeks, but this is a very dense rain with some lightning mix in here as well. But visibility is coming in and out. And I say this a lot when we're on live drive, visibility can change within a matter of seconds. You can see, oh, I can see the whole desert, and then 2 minutes later, or less than 2 minutes later, 20 seconds later, you see nothing in front of you. And that's why being careful and keeping that eye out, especially out here. Number one, don't go on the roads right now. Hunker down, stay inside. But also number two, if you are caught out in something like this, pay attention to the surroundings. In fact, we just went through a puddle because it was pooling on the side of that bridge there. And so just the amount of rain that's coming down right now is certainly going to saturate the ground. It's going to oversaturate things, and they are going to pool on the left and the right. And so I think the best thing to do is stay away from the sides if it is a heavy pooling, or if it looks flooded. We don't drive through any kind of flooded roadways as well. But right now we are headed northbound back onto the 10 to kind of see what it looks like as we face toward the valley, facing towards the backside of that dust storm. But that's kind of where we're at right now. Like I said, just a lot of water, a lot of saturation, a lot of pooling on both the right and the left sides. And you'll see that here as we're merging onto the highway. You can see that a lot of that water is sticking around to the right. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Lillian. Stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. I do want to take you back to the radar view right now so that we can show you all this rain that Lillian is getting in on. The heavy activity now pushing into far southern and southeastern portions of the Phoenix metro area. You can see it there on ABC15 Desert Doppler as it comes in from the south. Let me freeze frame this for you. There is quite a bit of heavy rain and hail right now from the Santan Mountains out towards Santan Valley. That is perhaps the worst of it in the Phoenix metro area at this hour. We do also have that heavy rain, though, that stretches down along I-10, along the 87. That's where Lillian was reporting from. And then farther south, look at all of the rain that has still yet to come up in the hours ahead. Most of Pinal County right now just getting inundated with shower and thunderstorm activity, and we do have a brand new flash flood warning along I-10. This stretches down toward Marana, but essentially from Picacho Peak to Marana, and it was a severe thunderstorm in this area that caused this dust storm to form, and it moved all the way from here up into the Phoenix metro area this afternoon. There again is ABC15 Desert Doppler on your left-hand side. I'm zooming it back up to the valley so that you can see the heavy rain that is now going to be moving into Chandler. We've got the dust storm out ahead of it and then the rain following. And this heavy downpour right now that's along the 202 is right near the Chandler airport. So we're going to see this continue to move up from the south. Downtown Chandler and parts of Gilbert in the next 30 minutes are going to get soaked. And again, the dust is still working its way in as well. We've also had wind gusts with this on the order of about 40 to 50 miles per hour in parts of the valley. It was closer to 60 down near Marana and Picacho Peak when the dust storm formed. But winds that strong are going to blow around tree branches. They're going to blow around any loose, lightweight plastic patio furniture. So again, the wind situation's not good either. I know we're also monitoring for power outages at this hour. Faye and Javier, I know you guys have been keeping a close eye on that.
kind of doing a little bit of back of the napkin math here, Amber, and so far it looks like APS has about 1,700, and they exactly follow the path of the storm. I mean, it is really exactly the path that you have been tracking for us all afternoon here. SRP showing about 2,380, 2,400 roughly, again, back of the napkin math here, and also following the path of the storm. Really, the southeast part of the valley hit especially hard.
Yeah, and when it comes in through Santan Valley, that's the area that got hit the most. 1,280 customers impacted. Their restoration time, not for about an hour and 40 minutes. Their outage time, right about 4:51, right as that big dust storm was starting to roll in. And then, as Faye mentioned, as you follow that haboob and all that thunderstorm action, as it moves into the valley, you look at Apache Junction. They have some outages, 954 people without power. Their estimated time about 2 hours. Right in Chandler, you're looking at about 1,000 customers there. They're without power until for about an hour and 19 minutes. That's at Dobson Road in Hartford, down to Knox and Fry. And it looks like as that storm moves in, customers are just going to get hit and be without power.
Yeah. I do want to give you an update real quick because we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning to talk about. So we're going to be watching this area for power outages as well. On ABC15 Desert Doppler, right-hand side of your screen, I'm going to zoom in. This area that is in the orange polygon here is under a severe thunderstorm warning now until 6 p.m. So this does include Queen Creek and Santan Valley. That is the storm I was telling you just moments ago was the biggest and baddest with the possibility of hail. And now we're tracking the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gust coming out of this storm, which is enough to tear up roofs, siding. It's enough to uproot weak trees. So we could see some real damage in this part of the valley over the next 30 minutes as this severe thunderstorm warning moves through. Now it is moving northwest at 10 miles per hour. And we are also seeing other storms around it, like the one just to the west of it that's capable of kicking out at least 50-mile-per-hour wind gust in parts of Chandler and Sun Lakes. And then we have yet another that is out near Gold Canyon. So we've got a lot coming in to the southeast valley right now. And of course, the dust storm still making its way in too. So dust first, then wind, rain, thunder, lightning. We're going to see it all here, Faye and Javier, over the next couple of hours.
And we will be staying on top of all of this as we bring you live pictures from around the valley, from up in our Sweet James chopper as well, that thousands of feet tall, just wall of dust enveloping the valley right now. And on the left side, you can see one of our live drive units right now, taking it slow and easy. Javier, I can tell you, I remember many years ago covering a wall of dust that came in across I-10, but this is west of the valley, and it led to a really, really horrific accident that involved so many semis and so many cars and so many injuries. And it's one of those things where you just absolutely want to take the advice of DPS, get off the road. If you can't see very well, the other drivers can't see very well either, so get off the road, turn your lights off so the other person behind you doesn't think that you're still moving, and get out of the way. Look at this image of the 202 at Kyrene right now. And this tells the story.
That really gives you an idea of how big this dust storm is. As Amber just mentioned just a short while ago, we haven't seen a huge dust storm like this in a while, and this is reminiscent from that first one. Remember years ago when we saw it and it freaked everybody out, but you see how quickly that envelops the freeway, and we went from, we could see the outskirts of it to completely a blackout right there. In seconds.
Fast, right before our eyes.
Yeah.
You could see at least a mile away, and now zero. 202 in Kyrene.
Yeah. As we continue to take a look at this, I want to talk one more time about the outages right now. So if you're with us on your phone right now and your power is out, one thing to note that SRP, they don't always have it listed as a storm-related reason. They have it more as they're investigating the reason. But really, the outage map is following very much along the track of this storm today. And that goes for APS as well.
Let's go out to our Ashley DiMartino. Where are you now, Ashley, and what does it look like?
Towards Santan Valley. The winds are still extremely strong. We have a lot of ponding that's on the roadway. And before this rain was hitting, that dust storm hit first. So the roads were covered in dirt. Now just creating this muddy mess on all of the roads. We've seen lightning in this area as well, so this is very dangerous driving conditions. Of course, I have photojournalist Danny Brown. He's going extremely slow. We're very cautious. We are making sure we are staying safe, but this goes to just show you that if you are sitting at home and you had plans to go out tonight, not go. Stay at your house. Let the storm happen. There is nothing that you need to do. Just hunker down with your family and stay off of the roads, and it is extremely dangerous. Again, it's just heavy rain that is pouring down on the road right now as we're heading east on Hunt Highway towards Santan Valley.
Audio going in and out a little bit. It's worth mentioning that, and you see the signal going out there a little bit, when we have severe weather like this, it affects our equipment as well. So it kind of comes and it goes. Thankfully on the right side there, and here now we've got it full screen. The images coming in from the Sweet James chopper, because this is really something.
This really is, and just following along on X, and a weather watcher out there, Mike Olbinski, he was talking about how fast this whole thing is moving. He said they were having a hard time. He's a weather watcher. We know he's a weather chaser, and he went out and he says he can't keep up with this thing, and so they were having a hard time staying ahead of it.
Yeah, that's what we were seeing too. It was escalating very quickly this afternoon, and as soon as the dust storm came in, it was only a matter of time before the thunderstorms started popping. And again, everything is happening so fast. It's going to be very, very hard to stay ahead of it. I do want to show you, we are looking right now at live images. On your right-hand side of the screen is the live look of this massive dust storm from our chopper. On the left-hand side is a live look at the 101 and Warner, and it is virtual darkness out there because of the rain and the dust. The sun has not set yet, but if you were to look at this image and not have any context about what was going on, you would think this is a nighttime shot. But it is just so bad visibility wise right now. And so I do want to go over the driving tips again, because it is so important when the dust rolls in, the visibility drops, that you know what to do to stay safe. And the first thing you need to do is to pull off to the right as far as you can. You want to put your car in park. You want to take your foot off of the brake and turn your lights off, because you don't want people seeing your lights, either your actual lights or your brake lights, and thinking that you're the way out and following you. And then the visibility drops, and then all of a sudden they've crashed into the back of you. So those are the tips. You want to wait there until visibility improves. And we've seen from our crews that are helping us track this storm just how quickly the visibility is dropping out there. And they have multiple times had to pull off the side of the road and use all of those tips that we're telling you. So that's what to do to stay safe in a dust storm. I do also want to reiterate that we have shower and thunderstorm activity that is forming behind this dust storm. And so now we're talking about lightning, gust over 60 miles per hour, heavy downpours that could lead to flooding. These things are now happening in parts of the East Valley, including Chandler, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley, where we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock tonight. So heavy rain, maybe even hail following this dust storm. We are going to see all the possible monsoon threats here in the valley in just a matter of hours. It is going to be perhaps our most active night of the monsoon season. And again, for many of us, it's starting with dust and this massive haboob that is moving into the Phoenix metro area with zero visibility in some cases and towering thousands of feet into the air. The dust storm warning till 5:45, a severe thunderstorm warning for Queen Creek and Santan Valley until 6 o'clock tonight. Near zero visibility, power outages. It is a very dangerous situation, which is why we're in weather action mode. We switch into weather action mode whenever you're going to need to take action, because the weather is going to get dangerous or severe, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
And it is certainly very dangerous and very severe this evening. I want to remind you what you're looking at on the left there. That's the 101 at Warner, and the driving conditions out there are just absolutely atrocious, and it is very, very dangerous. You see cars trying to make their way through this. Really, it is not the night to be out in any way, shape, or form. Certainly certainly not in your car. It's very dangerous. You could get hit. Also, you don't want to be outside and breathe this in because, I mean, you know, valley fever is a very, very real thing that many people have dealt with. It is incredibly debilitating for some. And this is one of the ways that you can get that from these massive dust storms. You breathe that in and all of a sudden it's in your lungs. And that's just not something that you want to go through and have your family go through.
And doctors have talked about the increase that they see, the spikes in cases when we see these situations where these haboobs roll through. And you might think, hey, it's cool to come out and look at it and whatever, but you will, without a doubt, breathe that in, and that can be dangerous. I got a text just a short while ago from my family in Casa Grande. They saw the beginning of this big dust storm. They said immediately after it started raining, and they said it was raining mud.
Absolutely, because you have so much dust in the air. That's what we're going to get. We're going to get raining mud for a while until all that dust clears out. And this is really dense. This dust storm is very dense. So we're going to see raining mud in a lot of locations. We're going to see lots of lightning behind the dust. And just to kind of reiterate what Faye and Javier, you were saying about not wanting to breathe it in, it's long-term impacts like valley fever, but it's also short-term impacts like the triggering of asthma attacks if you breathe in this dust, the worsening of bronchitis, the reduction in your body's ability to fight off infections with these dust particles in your lungs. It could also cause itchy eyes, wheezing, chest pain, shortness of breath. And these dust particles are smaller than the width of a human hair. So it doesn't take much for those to get into your lungs and trapped there. And I do also want to, as we talk about what to do when you pull off and to get out of the reduced visibility of a dust storm and stay safe, we always talk about pull off to the right as far as you can, take your foot off, put your car in park, take your foot off the brake, all of these tips. Another tip to mention is the fact that you want to make sure inside your vehicle that you have the air recirculating and that you're not bringing in outside air, because you will smell that dust, you will breathe it in while you're in your car, and that's not a safe situation either. So make sure you're flipping the switch and making sure that the air is recirculating in your vehicle and not bringing that dust inside. Again, what you're looking at now is a live image on the right-hand side from our chopper of the dust moving in. We also have an image on the left-hand side. It looks like this may be from our studios here. If someone in the back can let me know, I think it might be up on our ABC15 roof of that dust coming in from the south. I am getting confirmation that is the view from our ABC15 studios. So that dust storm has made it over South Mountain and is pushing toward central Phoenix at this hour. Again, visibility is just awful, near zero inside this dust storm. And we are getting lots of rain behind it. So as Javier mentioned with his family in Casa Grande, after that dust storm moved in, it rained mud. We're going to be seeing that in parts of the valley as well. And we still have this severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, ongoing in the back. I wonder if we can take ABC15 Desert Doppler for just a moment so that I can go over where the rain is and where this alert is. Thank you. There it is right now. So behind the dust, we have the storms filling in, lightning, thunder, heavy rain. And if I freeze frame this for you and zoom in, we have Queen Creek and Santan Valley here under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock tonight. This storm is kicking out hail. It's kicking out wind gust over 60 miles per hour. And we've got lots of lightning in the mix as well. And it is starting to stretch farther north. So there's ABC15 Desert Doppler. I want to get you into Chandler Mall getting soaked right now, but you can see the hail potential right near the Chandler Airport and specifically near the intersection of Gilbert Road and Germain. We have a chance for small hail in that area. The radar is picking up on it. And then farther back to the west, we also have now rain shower activity moving into Ahwatukee and Tempe. And we're going to see more of this filling in from the Southeast Valley to the north and northwest over the next couple of hours. But again, the dust storm warning till 5:45. And the severe thunderstorm warning for Queen Creek and Santan Valley until 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and as we take a look at some of these pictures coming in, wanted to get you a quick update from the control room here. They're telling us that there is no ground stop at Sky Harbor Airport right now. But as we took a look at that image from the roof of our studios here, we are not too far from the sort of airport complex, I would call it.
Yeah.
And I would say that already FlightAware is showing about a 38-minute delay right now on flights. So I would say if you are picking somebody up or if you are out of Sky Harbor this evening, expect that you are probably going to be impacted by this as well. And speaking of impacted, we do have a quick programming note that we want to share as well. We are going to be covering world news tonight with David Muir this evening because of the extreme danger that this type of weather presents to people here locally in Arizona and especially in the valley and points beyond. So once again, we will be covering world news tonight.
Yeah, and we're going to check those outage maps in just a second, but our Ben Brown is out and about. He's at Tempe Marketplace, and again, as we look out to this big haboob, now we're getting a better image from the ground of what this storm is doing. Ben. Parked around those trees. We have his audio right now. Ben.
Yeah, Javier, I don't know if you just saw, but this tree right in front of me just came toppling down and just narrowly missed the car. And there on the side of our vehicle, a huge branch just swept up and hit us side here on the side of our SUV. So it really picked up here with the winds. We're in the heart of Tempe Marketplace, right in the middle of it by the Target here. The dust has been blowing really heavy. The wind's been really heavy. Not too much rain. We haven't seen too much rain so far, but so far, it's been pretty bad. I mean, we just, like I said earlier, you see this tree right in front of me that came down, narrowly missed that car. We see people running out of the stores here, running back to their cars right now. And we just want to remind people, if you're stuck in this, safely pull off the roadway, turn off your lights, and put your vehicle in park and leave your foot off the brake so those brake lights are not illuminated. Sometimes drivers tend to follow brake lights. So we'll stay out here for the rest of the night, and we'll keep you posted, Javier, what we see.
Thank you, Ben. Be safe. Make sure you are safe. That's most important in all of this. Just as Faye told you just 2 seconds ago that there was no ground stop at Sky Harbor Airport, they have now issued a ground stop. There's a ground stop at Sky Harbor until 6:30 tonight. So if you don't have to be in that area, stay away from there. If you have to pick somebody up, just know there will be delays. And if you're flying out of there, there will be delays as well.
Yeah, and we want to go back over to Amber now because, Amber, there's a new thunderstorm warning you're just getting in?
Yeah, there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for Chandler and Gilbert. Just moments ago, I was showing you on Desert Doppler the threat for hail and, of course, the threat for those damaging winds. And now the National Weather Service, because of those two factors, has put this area of the valley under a severe thunderstorm warning. So we may see some hail, but more importantly, I think the bigger threat with this, and always really the bigger threat with storms that move into Phoenix and surrounding areas, is the wind potential. That's the stuff that downs trees, that leads to power outages, that really leads to damage. And so we have the threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm that is now moving into Chandler and Gilbert. Of course, we have the dust there, and of course the QR code is on the bottom of your screen. But if you watch the bottom left-hand side, you will see the radar pop back on there, and you can see what we're talking about in terms of the rain that is moving in behind this dust. Of course, the dust visuals are really incredible, but we don't want to forget that we also have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, the chance for hail, and damaging wind gust coming in right behind this massive dust storm. So again, this is a dangerous night here in the valley, and definitely the monsoon showing up and showing out for one of the first times this season, because we haven't seen anything quite this intense so far. Definitely not a dust storm this bad in many, many years. I do also want to take you up a little farther north because we also now have an extension of this dust storm warning to include Fountain Hills, Scottsdale, Deer Valley, even all the way up toward Cave Creek until 6:30. That is the direction of this massive haboob that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. It is now out ahead of the rain that we're tracking in the East Valley and moving north into northeast portions of the Phoenix Metro. And so a dust storm warning is going to be in effect up there again for Fountain Hills, North Scottsdale, Deer Valley, and stretching out even toward Bartlett Lake until until 6:30 tonight. Behind it, lots of rain for the East Valley. Heavy downpours right now in Ahwatukee, Tempe, Chandler, Gilbert, Queen Creek, Apache Junction, and Santan Valley. We're starting to see the rain lighten up a little bit for you after some very heavy rain within the last hour. This storm escalating very, very quickly this afternoon. As Javier mentioned, he was in contact with some storm chasers who couldn't even stay out ahead of it because it was moving so fast. And that's what we're seeing here as well. It has escalated very quickly, and we've got a lot to track across the valley tonight.
We want to show you the picture right on the left of your screen. That is from our parking structure right here, and we're just north of Sky Harbor Airport. So you see how quickly that thing is moving towards Sky Harbor. And again, just to reiterate, there has been a ground stop issued for Sky Harbor until 6:30 tonight because of this. And again, talking to some storm chasers out there and hearing from them in their posts and stuff, and saying that they're having a difficult time keeping up with this because this is fast moving.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick programming note, again, it's 5:32 right now, and if you're used to joining us here at ABC 15 for David Muir and World News Tonight, we are covering that with local news here this evening because of the size of the storm and the danger associated with that storm. Keeping you safe is our #1 priority, and it is an important night for us to stay on the air and bring you these live images right now. And you can just see that that wall of dust is not letting up in any kind of a way there. I mean, it is absolutely just engulfing the valley right now.
Yeah.
It's like Camelback, so it's about ready to take over Camelback Mountain here in a matter of minutes. Guys, it's been years since I've seen one this bad.
Well, when you talk about, you said it went right over South Mountain, usually that's when it kind of fizzles.
It can. If it's not tall enough and it's not dense enough, it kind of breaks apart as it comes into the valley. This one is going strong. And, we all compare dust storms now to the infamous one, July 5th, 2011. That was like the biggest, baddest anybody had seen to that point,
like
right?
The end of the world.
Right. Yeah. And, it got national and international news coverage. I mean, just looking at the images of this one today, I think it is probably the worst we've seen since that one.
Yeah. And take a look at these images coming in right now from the 202 in Val Vista, and just how much that camera is jumping around gives you an idea. I mean, those cameras are mounted pretty securely, and if it's jumping around like that, that means the wind is absolutely intense in that area right now. By the way, that is Camelback that the dust storm is moving past right now. So if you are points north of that, Amber was just talking about Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, all the way up to Cave Creek. This is headed your way. Amber, I know you were talking earlier about some of the kids who typically around this time of the evening have sports outdoors. And if they're in the north part of the valley, maybe they're unaware of the situation right now.
Yeah.
So give them a call, give them a text, let them know that they should not be out in this right now. It's really dangerous to be breathing this in. Yeah,
it could have long-term health impacts for you if you breathe in the dust from a dust storm. I was just looking at some of the wind reports coming in. We did have a wind gust at Chandler Airport just within the last probably 30 minutes or so of 67 miles per hour. So that's where the thunderstorms are behind the dust. And this is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect as well. So here's kind of the lay of the land. If you're in the West Valley, you're thinking, oh, this is just another hot day, not much going on, because you haven't seen much yet. If you're in the East Valley, you dealt with dust and now you're getting soaked. And if you're in the northeast portion of the Phoenix metro area, or even north central Phoenix itself, the dust is now closing in on you. It is time to get inside and to make sure all of your windows are shut and that dust cannot get into your home. If you're in your vehicle, you want to make sure you're recirculating the air and not bringing in outside air, because that will bring in the dust. You'll breathe it in, you'll smell it. And again, these dust particles are sometimes smaller than the width of a human hair. They are very easily breathed in and trapped in our lungs and can cause significant health impacts. So we've got a lot going on right now. We've got the dust moving in, the shower and thunderstorm activity, and a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued seconds ago for Ahwatukee. This is going to go until 6:15 tonight. We've got gusts over 60 miles per hour potentially with this storm, and an absolute downpour right now between Chandler Boulevard and Ray along 48th Street. So this is going to be a soaker of a storm. We're going to see street flooding from from this. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area till 6:15 tonight. We also still have some very strong storms impacting Chandler, Gilbert, some hail potentially with some of these. Superstition Springs, Apache Junction, and areas farther north are going to be picking up that rainfall intensity here in just a matter of minutes. So the East Valley is lit up. We're raining mud in some neighborhoods and seeing lots of lightning. Then farther north, that's where the dust is headed. Right now, it's covering Camelback Mountain and headed into northern portions of the Phoenix metro area. And then in the West Valley, we haven't seen a whole lot yet, but as I put the radar into motion here, you can see that there is a potential for some of these storms that are farther east and southeast of you to move in over the next couple of hours. So there's a good chance for measurable rain, which I know we all want, but unfortunately tonight it comes with some big threats like damaging winds and this massive dust storm that is still moving through the Phoenix metro area, still thousands of feet tall and very, very dense.
Yeah.
Can we pull up that SRP map one more time, because this thing is lighting up now from the last time we talked about some of those outages. If we can just refresh that page, you'll see it quickly light up. We're looking at Apache Junction. There's about 732 customers without power. Their restoration about an hour and a half plus. You get into Mesa near the Gateway Mesa Airport. There's about 964 customers without power there. And again, as that storm moves in, you look at Tempe from Hardy to Dorsey, Alameda to Superstition Freeway, 571 customers, and even into right near Galvin Parkway to McClintock, McDowell to Gilbert, you're looking at about 1,200 customers. Restoration time about 2 hours for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing some quick math, and I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of SRP customers that are without power right now. Obviously, those crews are going to try and get that power up as quickly as they possibly can, but their safety is very important as well. Take a look at this windscreen right now.
It's blowing.
Yeah. Yes, this is from the roof of our studios, just sort of essentially just north of the airport complex at Sky Harbor. And you can see absolutely how that is blowing around right now and how low that visibility is right now.
Yeah, and remember, just a short while ago, it was maybe about 20 minutes ago, less than 20 minutes ago, we saw that thing moving in, and we had someone parked out there with a camera and showing that that haboob moving closer and closer, and now it has completely covered that area.
You guys see the end of it? We're going to lose part of that windsock. We're going to have to replace it by tomorrow. This is bad.
I think it's time for a new one.
It's time for a new windsock.
I think about time.
It just got shredded. It was not like that earlier. This storm is shredding our windsock here at ABC 15. I've seen wind gusts on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour at some of these official sites across the valley, like the Chandler Airport, like Mesa Falcon, like Mesa Gateway. These winds are just so strong, and part of it is because of the dust storm, but more likely it's these severe thunderstorms that are behind the dust storm. Those are the ones that are bringing 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, and we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings issued across the Phoenix metro area right now because of that. In fact, 3 orange polygons on the screen are severe thunderstorm warnings right now are at Ahwatukee, Chandler, Gilbert, and in Queen Creek, and lots of heavy rain which could lead to street flooding. You're looking on the left-hand side of your screen of the 143 and University, and the rain starting to move into that part of the valley, the dust out ahead of it. So at this point, we've got rain across the airport and across the East Valley. The dust is moving farther north, and it looks like the National Weather Service has once again kind of extended the aerial coverage of the dust storm warning. I told you moments ago it extended into northeast portions of the valley. Now we have this chunk of the West Valley that is also going to be under this dust storm warning until 6:45. So if you're watching us from Glendale, Peoria, Surprise, Buckeye, Litchfield Park, Luke Air Force Base, you are now under this dust storm warning too, because that dust, it's not only moving north, it's expanding to the northwest. So it's kind of arcing across the Phoenix metro area, stretching from the West Valley up into the Northeast Valley. And then these showers and thunderstorms will follow behind with a threat for more severe storms that could cause damage.
And Tempe and Metro Phoenix, new outages outages coming in. This is from APS this time, about 2,300 coming in. This is First Street to Broadway, and then Beck to Ash, and the estimated restoration time about 7:45 this evening. So you can tell crews are on this. They are working. They're trying to get everyone's power back on. So if you're watching us on your phone right now, know that those crews are out there. They're trying to get this covered, but really there are thousands upon thousands of outages.
It's going to be some time because first they need this dust storm to clear out, and then as Amber has mentioned, that rain is right behind it, so their safety is most important as well. Let's just run over some of the details we have right here. Dust storm warning now extended to Fountain Hill, Scottsdale, Deer Valley. Also a ground stop at Sky Harbor. That's until 6:30 tonight, and we are just north of Sky Harbor Airport, and you can see our windsock right there. So visibility is very low. That's exactly why they should not fly out of this situation, or they shouldn't land in this as well.
Yeah. I mean, those pilots incredibly skilled, certainly, but this is certainly not something to mess with. And also, they have a rollout distance, a minimum rollout distance for safety that they need to adhere to. So they need to be able to see when they bring those planes in. It is not just always about the wind or the lightning or the rain, although we are seeing plenty of that right now. It's also quite literally about the visibility when those wheels come down on the ground and how far they can see down that runway to stay safe.
Let's get to our Ford Hatchet right now. He is out and about in this at the 101 and the 60. He's on the phone right now. Ford, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, guys, I mean, you've been seeing some of the images from our other crews out there tonight. It is a mess really right now. We've seen a bunch of branches down. The wind is pretty powerful. You may be able to hear this rain just hammering down on our windshield right now as the traffic is really slow and folks are taking it easy. One of the things that struck me as we went through an underpass and beneath that overpass, we saw several folks on motorcycles who had just parked out and camped out. They weren't going anywhere in this storm right now, just taking their time. And it's pretty gnarly out here. You see that dirty rain falling all over and a lot of hazard lights going right now. Again, a lot of folks moving very slowly as this rain continues to come down here. And I know that you've seen pictures from really all around the valley. We're headed south on the 101 right now, about to get on the 60 and continue to head east. And it was just dust for a while. We saw a lot of debris flying around. You saw papers and some items of clothing and some branches just flying around. Not major or big branches, but just some small branches that had been broken off and are flying. And now we are still driving south, and that rain has really started to pick up in addition to that dust.
Careful. Stay safe out there. Thank you very much from your vantage point, explaining exactly what people shouldn't be out in right now. Stay home if you can.
Yeah, incredibly slick out on those roads, incredibly hard to see out on those roads, and you certainly don't want to be out even without your car right now to check things out. Stay with us. Watch it on your television. Watch it on your device. It is so much more of a pleasant experience to watch it as opposed to be out in it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very dangerous. We have 68-mile-per-hour wind gust at Sky Harbor right now. And we're not too far from Sky Harbor. You see on your left-hand side of our screen our windsock. It is getting shredded in these winds. 68 miles per hour at Sky Harbor. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for many parts of the valley right now, including Ahwatukee, Gilbert, Chandler, parts of Mesa, Queen Creek. And these are the areas where the wind gusts could still exceed 60 miles per hour. Now, that's going to lead to a lot of downed trees, a lot of damage potentially across parts of the valley. We also have near zero visibility with the dust storm still as it makes its way through the Phoenix metro area. This one was so dense that it was able to still stay a monster dust storm as it approached Camelback Mountain. That is significant because most of the time we're tracking dust storms that move into southern and southeastern portions of the valley. And by the time it gets into Phoenix, it is dusty, but we don't see this well-defined wall of blowing dust still coming in. But that's what we're seeing today. So the dust still moving into northern portions of the Phoenix metro area and into the West Valley. But the images you're looking at now on your screen are from the severe thunderstorms that have come in behind the wall of dust. That's where we're tracking heavy rain, gusty winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour, and lightning that could be potentially very dangerous as well as we deal with dozens and dozens of cloud to ground lightning strikes.
Wind, Amber. I mean, I'm struck by the fact that We're talking about almost hurricane force winds here.
75 miles
I mean,
an hour.
74, right,
yeah.
is a Category 1 hurricane. So if you think about that, and when we cover hurricanes, typically, you know, on the East Coast in Florida, you know, sometimes in Mexico as well. But I mean, it's almost hurricane force winds.
Yeah,
here.
it is. The only difference is we're talking sustained winds with the hurricanes versus like a sudden gust of wind. But a sudden gust of wind that strong causes a lot of damage. It doesn't have to be sustained for a long period of time. It's just whoosh and down goes a tree, down goes a power line. You know, we have significant damage across the valley when we see winds this strong.
I want to mention this National Weather Service extending that dust storm warning. It is now for Surprise, Citrus Park, Litchfield Park, Avondale, Peoria, Glendale, Phoenix, as we mentioned before, and Levine. This is now extended until 6:45 tonight. And they say the hazards, near zero visibility and blowing dust, and the impact, dangerous, life-threatening travel. That's why they are just warning you, please, if you don't have to be out in it, the estimated people affected by this in those areas that I just spoke of, you're looking at more than 2 million people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And across the valley, we've all had to deal with it right now. So East Valley first with the dust. Now it's going into the West Valley, as Javier mentioned, and then behind it, all of the rain and those 60, 70 mile per hour winds.
And it's been interesting these last few weeks as we've tracked this, how, you know, one night the storms will be coming in now, as we saw today, from the south, and another time they're coming in essentially from the northeast. I mean, we've kind of had them coming from every which way.
Yeah, and we are also seeing when we do get the storms actually making them into the valley, they're a lot more severe now. We're getting really heavy downpours because the atmosphere is warmer and can hold more water vapor. So, you know, we remember back in 2020, which was another year where people said, oh, this is a monsoon, we're not getting any rain. Well, that year we got 90% of our monsoon rainfall in 2 hours.
Wow.
So for all of us across the valley going, well, you know, this has been a lackluster monsoon. Yes, but all it takes is a couple of nights like these and we might actually reach our average. Now, is that good? Not necessarily, because you want it to happen over longer periods of time so that the ground could absorb the rain. It can be beneficial. When you get it hard and fast like we're seeing tonight, a lot of it's runoff. And so it really doesn't help us in the long term as much as you would think it would.
Yeah. And I think sometimes it's interesting too, because it's like different parts of the valley really get hit in different times. And so you could, you know, maybe for you it is mostly dust. Maybe for someone else it could be a lot of very, very heavy rain coming through. Or maybe the last set of storms from last week really were the ones that impacted where your neighborhood is. And tonight it's not quite as intense yet, perhaps, where you are.
Stand by.
Yeah, stand by.
Right?
Exactly. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah.
We've been talking about Sky Harbor Airport, and again, just to reiterate, there is a ground stop until about 6:30 tonight. Our Ashley DiMartino is there. Ashley Holden, I apologize. Ashley Holden is there holding on to her hat right now. Please make sure you're safe. I hope you're safe first, but tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so as you can tell, I've only been out of the car for about maybe 2-3 minutes, maybe a little more than that. Our photographer is clutching this camera right now. These are the conditions that we are in. We are absolutely soaked. You can see, take a look at these planes that are right here, and you can see just the dust that has pelted them, the winds that are pelting them, and the rain that is pelting them. And that's why we have this ground stop here. I do want to describe to you guys what we're feeling. Just these large amounts of winds, dust hitting you. This has been shaking our car at times if we've opened the door. And honestly, right now, the wind's slowing down just a little bit. But wow, we have just been feeling this. And as we were driving here, we could just see the sky go from what looked like orange to almost as if we were driving at night. I was taking video of it, and hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me. That's how loud it is. I am yelling into the mic right now. Let me know if you guys can hear me back there. That is how strong this wind is. We couldn't hear people on the phone just calling back the station because that is how strong these winds are. I'm holding on to my hat because without it, it would fly away. But take a look at these planes. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just in my line of sight that are sitting here right here on the runway. Of course, we have this ground stop, but hopefully you guys could hear me when I was telling you that as we were driving here, the sky looked orange, and then it just felt like we were driving at night, and all this rain coming down and this dust. Thankfully, I can see probably for the first time in a few minutes here. I can blink a little bit, but John, if you can zoom in down there on those lights, you can see, John, just how much rain is coming down. I don't even know if you can hear me right now because how strong the winds are. But again, they've been so strong, it's been shaking our car, you guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Ashley, we do have you. I know it's tough conditions out there. It's also not fun if you're stuck sitting on one of those planes in a situation like this, but it's better than the alternative, right? And it's a perfect time to get the ABC15 app because you can follow right along right there on the plane with you or in your home. And especially if you do have power outages right now, you can follow along on your phone with us.
Yeah, and those are just dangerous conditions out there. The ground stop has now been extended until 6:45 tonight. And so it looks like those planes that we're seeing right there on the tarmac, they're going to be stuck for some time. But again, you'd rather them stay safe than try to get out or any of those planes trying to land in this. Again, this is a severe storm right now. And Amber, what are we seeing rain-wise and where is it headed?
It is really filling in. Right now, Phoenix just getting slammed with this. The airport, as you can see, Ashley getting slammed there. East Valley, Scottsdale. We're also seeing some major temperature differences across the valley right now because of the rain. So we have spots in the East Valley, Southeast Valley that are in the 70s. And spots in the West Valley that haven't gotten any rain yet, still near 100 degrees. So a major difference from one side of the valley to the next. If you're watching us from the West Valley, you're going to get the dust first, but there is still a chance you could see rain and the thunderstorms tonight. All of the action that we're tracking moving through the East Valley has been pushing west and northwest. So it's now in Ahwatukee, it's in Phoenix, it's in Scottsdale, and it is going to continue to push out to the west and northwest over the next couple of hours. So lots of rain in the gauges. We've got numerous lightning strikes. In fact, our lightning strike counter showing over 50 strikes just as of the last update. And rainfall wise, this has really been a lot in a short amount of time. Our rain gauge right now that is near I-10 and Baseline, so right near the Arizona Grand, has picked up more than a half an inch. In fact, specifically 0.67 inches of rain, and much of that has fallen within the last hour. We are tracking really a lot across the Phoenix metro area rainfall wise from Phoenix to the East Valley and West Valley. You'll still get your turn. So if you haven't gotten any rain yet, there's still a chance. But the big concern here with these heavier downpours is, of course, some of the normally dry washes getting filled up, streets getting flooded out. At this point, I haven't seen any flood alerts come out from the National Weather Service, but just given the rainfall rates on these storms and how quickly the water is coming down, we may see some of those in the hours ahead. Of course, we still have really powerful winds. Our windsock getting ripped to shreds. Put an order for a new one in there tonight, boss, because we are going to need a new one by tomorrow. It is just getting sectioned off and blown away. So a lot of wind. Every single monsoon threat you can think of, Faye and Javier, that's what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as you take a look at that windsock, no, we are very close to Sky Harbor Airport, so the north end of the Sky Harbor Airport complex right now, where there is a ground stop in place until 6:45 this evening. I'm just checking FlightAware's misery map right now, and it looks like there are really only about 37 flights impacted by this right now, but obviously those numbers could get updated and changed. If you are expecting folks from Denver heading there yourself, or Seattle in particular, those look like two areas that those flights are really affected right now.
Yeah, and remember, Amber just reported 68-mile-per-hour winds at Sky Harbor Airport, and that windsock really tells the story. We want to get back to our Ashley Holden. She's at Sky Harbor right now. Hopefully you still have that hat. And there goes the hat.
I think we just lost the hat.
We just lost the hat. Just as I was about to say, I hope you held on to your hat, but it looks like you just lost the hat.
There it goes. There it goes. There it goes, you guys. And I wore a skirt today, and you know what? This is where it's at. So yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys can hear me. It's hard to open my eyes because we are once again getting pelted with rain, pelted with what feels like dust. And of course my hat's gone now, but I do want to show you, you've been talking about this ground stop that's been extended here. Oh my gosh, we are just getting hit with this. All these planes though, you can see that are here on this runway. And you might have heard Ford talking about it. We were seeing that kind of like dirty rain. You could tell that there was dust in there. And once again, you can feel those winds, Amber, and you guys have been talking about, and you can feel, like I said, the dust hitting you. But you can see, actually I've been watching here, you can see that there have been staff crews kind of driving around, and obviously I'm looking at these planes and wondering, are there people that were inside? Were they leaving? Were they coming? Were they going? And you guys were mentioning get the ABC15 app so you can stay up to date. But you can tell why. There's a ground stop here at Phoenix Sky Harbor. I'm looking at our car shaking from these winds, and we're in a van right here. Let's see if we can show them, John. Shaking from these winds. And look over here. You can tell right here on the roof, look at this wind blowing this rain here at Phoenix Sky Harbor. And we can feel it. We can feel just these strong winds. And I was telling you guys, it doesn't look as much like when we drove here, and it looked like we were driving at night. And now it just looks, obviously you can't see anything but this dust and this rain and this wind.
All right.
I don't think I personally have not felt anything like this before, you guys.
Yeah, it is really incredibly intense out there right now. And I just peeked back at the outage map for the two major utility companies here in town, SRP and APS. And the maps are just absolutely lit up like a Christmas tree right now. I mean, Chandler Heights, Queen Creek, Chandler, Gilbert, Mesa, Ahwatukee, Apache Junction, coming up through the Tempe area, parts of Scottsdale. There are outages in Glendale, Fountain Hills, Paradise Valley. I mean, basically every area that's kind of, coming up from the south and the east and just moving north, exactly that path of that storm. And it is honestly thousands upon thousands of customers right now.
It is a very intense storm, and we're hearing that ground stop at Sky Harbor might be extended beyond 6:45. So we'll keep an eye out and an ear out to follow this. If you're wondering whereabouts that haboob is, about 15 minutes ago, Tiffany Davila, she's the PIO with the State Forestry Department. She is showing that just the beginning of the haboob at Shea and 130th Street. So again, that haboob seems to be moving very quickly, and it's quickly enveloping the entire valley right now.
Yeah, and Javier, it does stretch into the West Valley as well, so that's kind of the northern edge of it, but it curves back and is pushing into the West Valley as well. So we are seeing even spots like Goodyear, Surprise, Glendale, Peoria, all also under this dust storm warning till 6:45 tonight. We also have the rain filling in behind it. Lots of lightning strikes, about 45 as of the last update with our lightning strike counter. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Ahwatukee, Gilbert, Chandler, and Queen Creek, and also the potential for hail with some of these storms. I just want to zoom in to just a few spots here. When you're looking at this with us on ABC15 Desert Doppler, I'm looking for these areas that show up as kind of a grayish blue. These are the areas where we might see a little bit of small hail mixed in with this storm. So we've got some of these happening right now in Ahwatukee and Chandler, but also the potential of some hail here near the 202 just north of Sky Harbor. So essentially, this is right kind of where the station is, but a little bit farther to the west. 28th Street, it looks like, 24th Street, 28th Street, that area north of Sky Harbor to the 202 could be seeing a little bit of hail with this storm too. So we've got a lot out there, and more farther down to the south as well. Don't want to neglect you in Pinal County, but you do still have some rain coming down there, and we are also still tracking a flash flood warning down near Picacho Peak till 7:45. But really the worst of it is right here in the Phoenix metro area tonight, with ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, ongoing dust storm warnings, lots of power outages, and 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts that are leading to damage across parts of the valley.
Yeah, it is definitely an intense night out there and certainly something you don't want to be out in right now. You can see fewer and fewer cars on the left side of your screen there, and that's a good thing because that means people are heeding the warnings.
Yeah, and always a reminder, pull aside, stay alive. That slogan is in place for a reason because they want to make sure that you're safe. If you're caught up in that big wall of dust, well, pull over. We can't reiterate this enough. Pull over to the side of the road, take your foot, put it in park, take your foot off the brake and turn your lights off. That way nobody behind you when it's near zero visibility follows you along and ends up in an accident. So we want you to be safe out there, safe as possible.
Yeah, and really quickly, I want to mention the ABC15 app because you can actually track the radar right down to your own neighborhood. So as you take a look at the big picture here, we're showing you what's happening all across the valley right now, but you can track it all the way down into your particular neighborhood, or perhaps your kids had sports practices this evening and you want to see what's going on where they are. It's a great resource to have, and you can have it right there in your pocket. We want to get out to our Ashley DiMartino one more time. She's out in one of our live drive units. Ashley, where are you? And well, it looks like the visibility situation is a little bit improved.
Yes, definitely a little bit improved for us. We are seeing just heavy rain. We're in Chandler. We've been driving all through Chandler for the last 30 minutes. What we've definitely noticed is the roads, they're like rivers in many areas. There is lakes on each side, and we're seeing tons of downed trees. I mean, along streets, along neighborhoods. We've seen some accidents that we have gone past where people have just, come up on a tree too fast and run right into the tree branch in the middle of the road. We have seen, again, just that heavy rain that has been falling in and around the Chandler area. We're headed west right now, so we're keeping up with the rain. We've had lightning, we've had thunder. But everybody is driving very slow. They are taking their time. This is that time where a lot of people are headed home from work. So they know that they have to be safe. But again, it's just a ton of rain that is falling right now. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Ashley. And as she reported, roads like rivers, but the most important thing, she said people are driving slowly and they're heeding the warning out there because this is a severe storm, and anybody who's been here before, it doesn't take very long to realize how bad this storm is.
Yeah, and more live pictures coming in. This is from the 51. It's at Coulter right there, and you can see just how much water, how much dust is out there, and the cars with their flashing lights on, taking it very slow, taking it very easy because there is a tremendous amount of water on the road. And Amber, I know you just got some updated wind totals in for Sky Harbor Airport for the gusts.
Yeah, it looks like we got a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust at Sky Harbor. It was previously reported as 68 miles per hour at Sky Harbor, but it's now up to 70 miles per hour as of the latest update here at Sky Harbor. So these are some really destructive winds. We're seeing that at the station. We've been showing you images of our windsock here at the roof that has just been ripped to shreds in those winds. These kinds of winds could rip roofs off. They could cause carports to collapse. They can cause trees to fall, power lines to fall. This is a really dangerous situation, and we have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of the valley, including parts of Phoenix, Ahwatukee, Mesa, Tempe, and Chandler because of that severe wind threat and just how destructive those high winds can be. Heavy rain right now taking over parts of central Phoenix. We also have heavy rain in Scottsdale. You're looking at the 51 in Coulter right now, and the visibility there is just awful. And this is because of the rain, because the dust storm has already moved through that area and has moved on. But behind it, these really intense rain showers are moving through. And in some cases, before it's even rain that you want, it's a mix of the dust from the dust storm and the rain, and it feels like it's raining mud out there. So again, a very dangerous situation here across the valley as monsoon 2025 shows up tonight in a big, big way. We've got lots of lightning to track as well, and that makes it dangerous to be outdoors in storms like this. Those cloud to ground lightning strikes strikes could be deadly. And as of the last update on my lightning strike counter, we've got 129 of them that have showed up on ABC15 Desert Doppler. You can see very low visibility there at Sky Harbor as well. In the middle of your screen is the air traffic control tower. We can hardly see it.
Can't see it.
Right? You can hardly see it. And that's because the rain is coming down so hard at this point, and we still have the dust particles in the air. And you know, we mentioned this early on when the storm was more about dust than rain, but it's important to go back to the dust and just how dangerous it can be to our health. At this point, we have a high pollution advisory for that dust, and it is not recommended that you're outside breathing any of this in. It could lead to long-term health impacts like valley fever because there's a fungus that lives in our dust spores that causes that illness. It could also lead to short-term complications like difficulty breathing, increased asthma attacks. It could worsen bronchitis, lead to itchy and scratchy throat and eyes. So again, these particles, they really can get into our lungs and cause some big time problems. So not recommended to be outside in this. Seek shelter immediately and stay there until these storms clear out.
Yeah, and a quick update on Sky Harbor Airport. The delays, as you would imagine, are piling up at this point as we take a look there at the control tower. And we want to head back out to our Ashley Holden, who lost her hat the last time we checked in with her, but has been a trooper to keep doing these live reports for us. Ashley, it does seem to be clearing up a little bit where you are as well.
Yeah, I would say the wind is still powerful. My hat is long gone by now. I kind of looked across the parking lot thinking, oh, no, it's gone. It is completely gone. This wind, though, still pelting us. This rain still pelting us. We're seeing some ponding on top of the roof where we're standing. And I do, again, want to show you these planes that we're seeing here. And I mean, you can probably hear through our microphone just still this powerful wind that we are feeling. I was listening to Amber describe what this feels like. Yes, it does feel like we're getting pelted with rain, but obviously you can still feel a little bit of that dust still. But at one point, I think my first live shot, it's drastically different from that. I could barely even see. We were trying to stand. Our van was shaking. And so some of that has gone down a little bit, but we're seeing this ground stop here, and we've got American, Southwest, Delta planes just sitting here. And when I got out of the car originally, I turned to my photographer and I said, oh my gosh, look at those planes. They look like they were just covered in dust, and now you're seeing them just kind of drenched in this rain. But this is exactly why we have this ground stop here, why we're going to be monitoring the situation with the airport here. I was actually flying in yesterday, obviously drastically different conditions than just 25 minutes ago, let alone yesterday as well. But things are, I mean, I can talk, I can see, so that is an improvement. But when that dust hit, I mean, like I've been saying, it went from orange to pitch black to those strong, heavy winds. And we are feeling that go down a little bit. And if you're hearing the wind, you can probably think going down. Yes, at one point it was much worse. If I even let go of my hat, it flew, and that's how it happened when you came back out to me live. So again, my photographer here, John, is cleaning off our lens because we even have some ponding and collection that's happening on our lens, and you can see that it's dirty, that it alone is filled with dust. So that is what we're still seeing out here at Sky Harbor.
Ashley, we're just getting some news into the control room right now that, you know, we know that that ground stop was scheduled for 6:45. They said it could be extended. Well, that may be extended again because we're now hearing that the tower there at Sky Harbor has been evacuated. It is due to a fire alarm. But again, the tower at Sky Harbor that you're looking at live pictures of right now has been evacuated because of a fire alarm. That news just coming into our ABC15 newsroom.
Before we get out to our Fort Hatchet, I just want to let you know, APS customers in the metropolitan Phoenix area, they are now reporting almost 2,300 customers affected without power right now. And of course, that's due to the storm and the weather conditions. They say they are working very hard to try to get your power restored, but that's where we are right now. And that's the SRP map right there. But you could see outages just straight across the valley now, and really following the track of that storm. As that storm moved through, that's when those power outages just hit.
Yeah, I want to get out to our Ford Hatchet now. Ford, tell us where you are and what's going on where you are.
Hey, Faye, we're here at the US 60 and Gilbert Road right now, and things have calmed down rain-wise a little bit, and even traffic-wise. It was backed up pretty far here for a bit, and there was a lot of water built up on the side of the road. You could see a lot of the splash, but now traffic moving already even faster than we experienced when we were on the 60 getting over here. It was a real slowdown earlier, but now you see cars moving a little bit quicker, still not probably at full speed as that rain has started to dissipate a little bit here. We talked to her a little bit earlier when we were on the phone with you about that dirty rain we found. It started as a dust storm. We were in the middle of it, and you saw the dust. And then when that rain fell, it was kind of nasty and gnarly. We mentioned those motorcyclists who were stopping under the overpass, trying to make sure that they were safe and okay in all of this. And again, we see some water now building up. This wind is still kind of whipping us around. Thankfully, I've still got my hat. I've fared better than Ashley Holden for now over at the airport, but I don't know how much longer that will last with the way this wind is whipping. And you may have been able to see right there, we have seen several lightning strikes out in this area since we've been out here at Gilbert Road and the US 60. Again, you see that traffic that is still moving on the 60. You're looking eastbound right now as they go in that lane. And again, things have kind of dissipated a little bit here in just the last 10 minutes or so. We haven't seen as much rain. We had seen that rain really coming down and pelting us for a while. But again, that water is still built up a little bit of the ways here, and folks are still taking it a little bit slower than normal, although things are starting to pick back up, even as we feel that rain and see that lightning still coming.
Compared with only about 30-45 minutes ago, the last time we saw that area. So there is some improvement. Looks like the storm is starting to slow down, at least in that area.
Yeah, but the wall of dust is still very much in effect. I want to show you some live pictures coming in here into the newsroom when we have a minute, if we can clear the radar screen off and show you the live pictures we have lined up in the preview monitor here. Want to show you this because it is really that wall. Excuse me, that is some video from earlier we want to show you coming in, and this looks like it is viewer video that came in to the ABC15 newsroom, and boy, just take a look at all of that dust enveloping the desert there.
Yeah, let's get the desert Doppler up right now. And Amber, what are we seeing right now? Where is it moving?
So the dust storm warning is still in effect for the West Valley until 6:45, but we are quickly seeing the rain and the thunderstorms move in behind it. So we are definitely on the downside of the dust threat. So we shouldn't see too much of a problem here in the next 30 minutes or so, but we still have the dust storm warning ongoing for the West Valley until 6:45 because it's still headed that direction. So Goodyear, Surprise, areas like that. But look at all the thunderstorm activity that is filled in behind it. We've got over 100 lightning strikes on our lightning strike counter. Severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing for Ahwatukee, Chandler, and Mesa, as well as portions of South Tempe, and a massive temperature drop as these storms move in. Sky Harbor now reporting a temperature of 76 degrees. So we've dropped about 30 degrees in less than an hour as this storm has moved in. It is incredible. And once the storm moves out, we will probably rebound a little bit and get warmer than that and then come back down to our new overnight low early tomorrow morning. But significant cooling with this rain coming into the Phoenix metro area. Significant wind gust as well, 60 to 70 miles per hour reported at a lot of the official gauges across the valley, including at Phoenix Sky Harbor. So we've had some damaging winds out there, which is leading to downed trees and lots of power outages. This is just a monster of a storm. But again, the dust threat's going to be winding down here shortly, and then we're just going to go into a rain and thunderstorm threat across portions of the Phoenix metro over the next couple of hours. And as you can see, runoff, a lot of areas, the drainage is working okay, but we may still see some street flooding and some flooding in normally dry washes that may cause some issues.
And it's worth reminding folks to keep in mind that some of these washes really are intended to collect all of this runoff and funnel it down and keep the streets from flooding as much as possible. So like I'm thinking of the Indian Bend wash in particular that, you know, we often show you when we have severe storms and it tends to flood, but it floods really by design. It's supposed to flood. Doesn't make it any less dangerous to try and cross or anything like that. I wouldn't ever encourage that. In fact, I would strongly discourage it, but that is the intent, that it's supposed to kind of collect all of this excess water and funnel it down in a safe way.
Yeah, especially when you're seeing as much rain as we get at one point. So what you're looking at right now, this is damage at Sky Harbor Airport right now. We're getting this picture in. This was from Chris Klein, and he's showing us this damage here. Again, that ground stop extended beyond 6:45 tonight. And then, of course, as we reported just a short while ago, the Sky Harbor Tower was evacuated due to a fire alarm. We're now hearing this is at Terminal 4.
Yeah, Terminal 4, you see the back of that American Airlines plane right there. And again, not a fun night to be trying to travel either in or out of Sky Harbor right now. Some of the, we're up to about 64 flights affected by all of this right now. That means both inbound and outbound. Denver flights, Minneapolis flights, and Seattle flights, kind of looking at you here. Whether you're trying to come in or you're trying to head out right now, those are some of the flights that seem to be particularly affected because of this storm situation. You know, Amber, one of the things I was thinking is how this really held together as it moved kind of past the mountains and came into the valley.
The dust storm, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it did. And we haven't seen one like that in a long time. So that tells me that it was very dense, that it didn't distribute all of its dust particles over the southeast valley and then kind of run out of them by the time it got to Phoenix. It was incredibly dense. It was incredibly tall, thousands of feet in the air. I don't have a good estimate at this point about how wide it was, but the early estimates, as I saw some of the outflow winds coming in, I would say maybe, and I'm just estimating here based on what I saw on the radar, maybe about 30 to 40 miles wide on this thing. Wow. I mean, this was a massive dust storm, and I know we all compare every dust storm after July 5th, 2011 to that one, and I think this one was on par with that. And you know, we talked about this in our monsoon special this year, but a team of meteorologists across the valley, including myself, we've been working on a dust storm severity scale for years now. And this is finally going to get published in the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society, but it ranks dust storms and their severity. And the July 5th, 2011 is the worst dust storm on record in the Phoenix metro area. It would be what we would consider a Category 5 dust storm in terms of the concentration of the dust and the severity of the winds and how spatially expansive it was. So how much of the valley did it take over? Was it long-lived or short-lived? We look at all of these things, and the July 5th storm hit every one of those categories. This one, from what I could see today, from all of the video coming in, from our chopper footage, from the outflow boundary I saw on the radar, this seems to me to be on par with that. I would say, if I had to guess, and again, we're going to get the official numbers out tomorrow because the team of meteorologists working on this will pull all of the air quality monitors and see what the dust concentrations were, and then they'll send out an email to all of us saying, okay, this one was a Category 3, Category 4, Category 5, whatever. I think it's going to be on the upper end of our category scale that was just developed. This was a bad one tonight.
It was. And just to give you an idea, national news outlets are now picking this up.
Oh, yeah.
And they are running the video, and they are running some live shots of what's going on here. We're getting new images in from Sky Harbor, and that kind of gives you an idea of how big this was compared with the airport and those planes right there, which are huge.
Yeah, and we want to thank our viewers because you really help us tell the story, especially on weather days like these where it's absolutely intense. We have crews out all over the valley and points beyond, but when you're out there and you're sending your videos and your pictures in, it really does so much for this coverage and being able to share and warn people in your neighborhood and your neighbors' neighbors and so on and so forth. So Randy, thank you very much. Just some incredible images you captured here.
And you can always send them to share@abc15.com. Make sure you do it safely. Make sure you're safe first. Yes. You can snap a picture or shoot some video and send that in. And again, you guys help us tell the story out there.
Yeah. Quick update from Sky Harbor Airport. And you know, we've heard reports that seems to be letting up a little bit from our Ashley Holden out there. And we just heard that the ground stop has now been lifted at Sky Harbor Airport. Although checking the misery map, FlightAware showing that we've got about 54 delays right now. So it's slow going out there, but at least things are moving again at the airport.
Yeah, if we can, we could check back in with our Ashley Holden to get an idea of what it looks like right now if she's still out and about. So we will work on getting that. But there's a live shot right now, and you can, again, barely see that tower, and that visibility is low, and that's likely from the rain as well as the leftover dust.
We've got lots of power outages, you guys, too. So I just want to go through like some tips. If your power is out right now, you can check for restoration times. All you have to do is Google SRP outage, APS outage. You can find the restoration times for your specific neighborhood. In the meantime, you want to try to keep your refrigerator and your freezer closed because you want to maintain those cold temperatures. In some cases, the restoration times are going to be hours from now, especially because we still have lightning in the area. The storms are still coming in. So the crews that work to restore power are not going to be able to get out there until we clear a lot of this severe weather out. So again, keep your refrigerators and freezers closed to try to maintain the coolness in there, and unplug any sensitive electronics to prevent any damage from power surges. You know, we just got to be careful when stuff like this comes through. Also, electricity can travel through things. Water's a good conductor for electricity. It can travel through anything you have plugged into the wall. So keep those things in mind and stay away from those things when thunderstorms roll in.
Yeah, and I was just taking a look at SRP's map in particular here because they seem to be hit particularly hard right now. And to those restoration times that you were just talking about, and the reason that it might take longer in some areas than in others. I mean, some of these are short, they're 15 minutes, but there's multiple, let me say, that are high 2 hours, 3 hours plus in many, many areas of the valley right now.
I just saw a 3.5 hour. This one is an outage of about 1,000 people from Black Canyon Highway to 7th Avenue in Missouri to Campbell, kind of central Phoenix area. And again, we watched this map light up as that storm kind of rolled through the valley. And so let's just pull some of those other ones up. Galvin Parkway to McClintock, East McDowell to Gilbert Road. There's about 1,200 customers there, estimated time, and these restoration times are now climbing. So before we were hearing about an hour and a half. The latest was 2 hours. Now we're looking at 3 hours and 8 minutes for restoration time. And you go back to where that storm started in Apache Junction, about 732 customers from Ironwood Drive to Goldfield to Superstition Boulevard to Hondo, and their restoration time under an hour. So they're out there working. They're trying to get it back as quickly as possible, but they're dealing with Mother Nature, and she was fierce tonight.
Yeah, APS crews out there as well. Phoenix metro area, just to quickly, Cactus to Dunlap and 19th Ave to Central Ave, got about 2570 right now, and you're looking at about 8:15 this evening, so the better part of 2 hours, and that's one of just several outages that are going on all around the valley. Want to bring in Craig McKee now, and Craig, we're hearing from some folks out at Tempe Marketplace.
Yeah, the one thing about these storms, as you mentioned it earlier, Faye, it's all about not only our crews out there, but in your own neighborhood, sharing the video and sharing the images that you're seeing out there if you can do safely. Our crew's out catching up with some folks though in Tempe Town Center here listening to, you can see the dust in this video. Let's go ahead and roll this and listen to how they were impacted by this storm.
This thing is crazy, bro. I've never seen it like this. I've lived here all my life. I can't see anything. And it's like a huge dust storm.
Dust just goes in your eyes every second.
Bad, it just came out of nowhere. Like 2 seconds, we were just in there, and then as soon as we come out, it's pitch black.
Pitch black out there, and we talked about the speed of the storm coming in earlier, seeing some of the highways 202. 1 second you could see 2 or 3 miles. The next thing you know, it was zero visibility. We saw that hit the station here as well. So again, for anybody out there in the community, thank you so much for all the videos you've been posting on our social media pages, on Facebook, and sending us on Insta. But also, don't forget, if you can safely, obviously, capture any videos or photos, you can send them to share at ABC15.com. We'll be sharing them throughout the night, obviously here throughout the morning and morning show as well. it's going to be a long night for
A little welcome for you, Craig. A little welcome for you.
Welcome back.
It's been a few years for me for one of these. That's for sure.
Did you ever experience one of these when you were here?
I did actually in 2000. 2001, I was working at another news station, and I actually was up in the helicopter covering one of these, which is a completely different
Talk
environment.
about that a little bit and your perspective on that. What is that like when you see that just massive wall of dust and you're up in a very small helicopter?
It is awe-inspiring to be in front of one of the walls of dust. These haboobs, as they come in and they swallow up communities, and that's the most amazing thing. And the part that where we have that responsibility to warn these communities, and we have that opportunity, obviously, when you're in the air to say, hey, you're in Chandler, close those windows, close those doors, prepare, you're getting ready to be swallowed. And not only you're flying sideways essentially in front of them, hoping not to get caught in one of the downdrafts. There were some local choppers in 2000, 2001 that did get caught in some of those downdrafts that come down in front of the storms. Fortunately, they were safe at that time. But I've actually been trapped inside one of these dust storms as well. We were making our way back to Scottsdale Airport. It caught up to us much faster than we expected, and we knew where the airport was. We knew our GPS coordinates. We knew where all the other choppers were, the county and police, et cetera, that were in the air, and we knew we're going to go straight to this point, and hopefully land safely. So I've kind of had different perspectives of these dust storms from the air and on the ground. And again, you guys have emphasized it, very well here, Amber as well. The safety aspect of this, don't think you're a hero. Don't think you can go run to the grocery store during these events. Pull over. Once that visibility gets down, that's the best thing you can do.
So when you're up in the helicopter, obviously there's stabilization technology that we have for the cameras.
Sure.
But are you literally bouncing around kind of in front of that leading edge, or is it fairly calm before it comes to you?
It's fairly calm for the most part, because obviously as a helicopter, safety is first. So you want to be, you're out and ahead of it. And you're watching the video here. I mean, obviously the chopper is Sweet James chopper, keeping the distance there, because you can zoom in. You can get those other angles that you need. Amber can speak to, this is actually some drone video here that we're looking at, but Amber can speak to some of those downdrafts that can happen. Microbursts, I think, might be the better term for it. I'm not a meteorologist, obviously, but some of those bursts of air, they're columns of air that just push down toward the ground. So those can be dangerous conditions for the helicopters and our crews that are out there. We do this to provide coverage for you at home, to let you know what's getting ready to hit your neighborhood, but we always have safety top of mind for all of our crews. Obviously Ashley was getting pelted by rain and everything out there, but safety was still, if she felt unsafe at any point during this, she could go back inside.
Yeah. And that was the thing. She was actually at Sky Harbor right now. They had some lightning strikes, and that's why they were indoors.
Yeah,
Amber,
that's important.
Talk about some of the downdraft.
Yeah, downdraft is the correct word.
Okay.
So microburst is also a type of downdraft, but those occur inside a thunderstorm. So when you get a huge rush of wind energy from a collapsing thunderstorm, and it happens in a very small location. So I actually prefer the term downburst. We talk about downburst here because when you talk about microburst, now you're talking about having to measure how many miles wide was it?
Okay.
And then you're getting into the nitty gritty.
Right.
So downburst, and then there are different kinds of downburst, like a microburst that happens in a very small location, or a macroburst that is much bigger. So we see that often during the monsoon, these downburst winds, but those happen with thunderstorms. So what you're talking about out ahead of a dust storm would be a downdraft. And then we also, on hot days, I'm sure you experience this up in the chopper, and I know anyone who has to land at Sky Harbor in the summer experiences this. There's also updrafts, these heat thermals coming off of our hot ground that also force air up and make things really bumpy when you're flying in around here.
Absolutely, and you'll witness that obviously if you're coming into land during the summer at Sky Harbor, and then just a regular flight, you'll get the bumpy ride coming in. But also people will take advantage of that, and they're out there in their gliders, just doing the hobby thing. But this is obviously a different situation. We're looking at some more video coming in here from a gentleman by the name of Staggers there. I mean, you can look at that wall. You talk about 1,000+ feet high, just swallowing up entire communities, and that's where you really talk about breathing in these dust particles, and something you don't want to do.
And it's dangerous.
Yeah, we're also getting an update coming in from Sky Harbor Airport right now. We're hearing a section of the roof on Terminal 4, apparently is the north side of Terminal 4, the north side concourse there. A section of the roof is damaged and blew off. Obviously, SkyTrain operations have been stopped at the airport because I think, Amber, you were talking about 70 mile per hour
wind gusts. And I think that's what we might have been seeing in the video that came in from Chris Klein.
Right
Here
there.
it is again.
Right there.
Yeah, so that I think that's the section that has been damaged. And you can see it just kind of flapping around there. And 70 mile per hour wind gust will do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is really significant.
And I think we had that other image up of the damage there. If we can switch back to the shot that's in preview in the control room back over, that's some of the damage, I believe, from the roof there that we're seeing there. You can see ground crews, you can see a wing of a plane there. So definitely some damage out there. The roof debris.
Let me get to some of this, the other information here that we're getting in from Sky Harbor right now, just handed to me. Fire alarms going off at multiple locations. Again, we had mentioned this before, but the FAA tower was evacuated due to a fire alarm. But again, a section of the roof, and I think that's what you're looking at right there, blew off. This is Terminal 4 on the North Concourse. And again, the SkyTrain operations have been halted. Want to get back out to our Ashley Holden. She has been in the thick of the storm. Ashley, I'm glad to see that you got off the top of the roof, and it looks like you've moved down at least one floor on the parking structure.
Yes, we came down because there was lightning, and so we wanted to remain safe. And despite us being soaked and a little wind blown, we just want to make sure that we don't get struck with lightning. And we're thankfully out of that rain. It does feel a lot better down here. You guys were talking about that damage. Obviously, we're going to try and find that. You were also talking about the tower, and we have been looking. We thought we saw some emergency crews down there, but we thought that maybe they were just stationed there and it wasn't any kind of response that we're seeing. We haven't seen any kind of massive amounts of emergency crews going towards the tower, but we are in Terminal 4, and so we are going to look for that damage. But the winds, I mean, we are a level below, but the winds have really subsided. You guys were talking about safety, and I'm watching lightning here, so that is why we have moved down a floor. We have moved inwards, away from everything, to make sure that we are staying safe. And I don't know if I've ever seen the roads right here in front of the airport so empty. Probably because people are heeding our warning and trying to stay safe. We are still seeing the planes from my vantage point where I am at, obviously just at a stop because we're dealing with this ground stop. And you guys were talking about those strong winds, and we really felt them. I was telling you guys that our car was shaking when you guys were coming to us, and I actually at one point was kind of ducking behind the wall there, just trying to get a little bit of a break from that wind that we were feeling because it was so strong. I'm not sure if we're hearing some kind of an alarm, John. I don't know. Is that an alarm? We might be hearing an alarm here. I'm not sure right now at Terminal 4. We're not seeing any kind of lights blinking or anything, but right now we might be hearing an alarm, and we might have to go try and figure out what that is.
Yeah, Ashley, we're getting reports of some fire alarms at multiple locations there. It's unclear right now if that's storm related or if that's damage related, but we're trying to track that down on our end as well.
Yeah, and from your end, be safe. So find somebody, check in with somebody, make sure you're safe before you move on. Let's check in with our Ford Hatchet. He's been out and about. He's now assessing the situation, seen some damage out there. How bad is it?
Hey guys, we are out here now at Southern and Alma School, and I just want to show you, you know, it's hard to put into words when you're out there. Sometimes I feel silly trying to tell you how much the wind and how strong the wind is, but I'll let you see it, right? This is a stop sign and a crosswalk here that has just been blown over through this storm right now. Down here, you see we've got some of these palm trees up here that have also blown. We've got debris in the road, but I mean, look at the power, right? I mean, anybody who's pressed one of these buttons and get annoyed when they tell you to wait, you know how heavy this is, and even if I wanted to knock it down when they annoy me, I don't got the strength to even move it. This storm, and it now again has calmed down a little bit here, where we feel a little bit of wind, but it's no different than just a little windy day. Earlier, it was strong enough to knock that down. You see some of this water build up as well, right in front of this Mesa police officer who is making sure everything goes smoothly here at this intersection. But the rain that was coming down built up, and across the street, we'll show you as you go across Southern Avenue here and Alma School, you see that parking structure over there. The roof has been apparently blown off, I assume, during this storm here. We didn't see it. It was already blown that way when we got here, but it's again just the power of these winds that it's really hard to put into words. And again, like I said, you've got just debris from the trees that's down here now, and you know, it really takes your words away, and I'm speechless right now looking at a stop sign and a crosswalk completely ripped up and blown out there here in Mesa. And we know that there's so many power outages in this area as well, and this damage, again, is we're going to remain to kind of travel around and see exactly how extensive the damage is as we hope that power gets back on for those families who need it. But again, just the power of this storm really leaves you in awe.
Be careful, Ford. We just saw some lightning behind you, so get indoors, be safe. We thank you for your report. And yeah, it is jaw-dropping when you see a wind gust, or wind for that matter, dump a power pole like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing I wanted to mention too is it's very good that we see an officer out there making sure that nobody tries to touch anything, because now you're dealing with electricity and you're dealing with water, and that is a very, very bad combination. Want to get out to our Ashley DiMartino. She has been driving and driving and driving all over the valley in live drive for us, giving us live reports of what's going on. And Ashley, it looks again like it seems to be clearing up a little, and the roads where you are seem to be handling this pretty well. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's definitely the case. This is I-10. We're heading north. We're coming up right now on Warner Road, and this area got hit hard earlier. So I think a lot of the water has been able to kind of just run off the side. We definitely see ponding on the side. But yeah, we've been all over the east, southeast portion of the valley. We were first hit with the dust storm, then hit with the mud that was falling from the sky. Then we got hit with the rain, the strong winds, lightning, and thunder. And again, everywhere that we have driven, whether it was out in South Chandler or through Ahwatukee, the number one thing that we see is definitely the flooding on the roadways, and of course all of the downed trees and street signs. And you can just see the destruction from those very strong winds that moved through. That again, not only were, as Amber was mentioning, with the dust, but more of what came after the dust storm rolled through. So again, right now it is kind of just a light rain on the I-10 as we are heading north, kind of coming back into the city. And everyone, please be careful if you do have to go out and about tonight. But hopefully you do not, and you can just sit and enjoy this storm that is moving through. Monsoon 2025 finally showing up for us. We'll turn it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, finally showing up, that's for sure. We've had some areas over half an inch of rain in 30 minutes.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
So it's coming down hard and fast. I do want to update everybody on the radar because the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired at this point. There are no more left here in the valley. We do have an ongoing dust storm warning for the West Valley till 6:45, but the rain is starting to fill in there. And the National Weather Service has gone ahead and put out a dust storm warning till 7 o'clock to cover areas farther north. But you can see how quickly the rain is moving in up there as well. Heavy rain right now along I-17 near New River. Lots of lightning strikes in the mix. And now the West Valley, you're getting your turn on this rain. It is moving in quickly. We've got heavy stuff from Glendale to Peoria and lots of lightning in the vicinity right now. So it is not safe to be outside from Deer Valley to Peoria, down to Glendale, through Phoenix and to Levine as those storms continue to push to the west and northwest. So at this point, I'm seeing some significant weakening on the radar. I do not anticipate a lot more of these severe thunderstorm warnings issued. I think we might be done at this point. We might get a rogue one to the north, but I think everything's going to be winding down in severity. These dust storm warnings will expire on time, and the rain will continue to move from Phoenix into the West Valley over the next 30 to 45 minutes.
All right, we're going to go through our cameras right now and kind of give you a glimpse of what's happening across the valley. Of course, that's a shot we've been relying on where we have the tower at Sky Harbor Airport. Just to give you some background here, we've been hearing of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At one point, we saw some damage to the roof of Terminal 4. Of course, there was a ground stop issued, and the SkyTrain stopped running.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you just saw Camelback Mountain a moment ago, and our infamous windsock that did not survive the storm. There you see it again. It is finally calmed down, and you can see a little bit further. You can see the traffic moving. I believe it's on the 143 down below there. But anyway, let's keep moving throughout the valley right now. You can see still some heavy gray skies out there. The storm is not done, as Amber was just talking about. It's just hitting different parts of the valley now, and certainly moving further north than we've seen it before. More live pictures coming to you. Want to show you what it's like out on the roads here as we take another look
And it appears to be slowing down. You know,
Yeah.
before you could barely see in front of you. Now you can see in front of you. That rain continues to come down. You can see that by the windshield wipers working overtime today for sure. But it looks like most of the freeways and roadways have cleared out some, and you don't see as much puddling.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about outages as you continue to look at some of these live pictures that we have for you. Both SRP and APS still reporting thousands upon thousands. I think, again, quick back of the envelope math on APS, I was looking at easily 10,000 still. And SRP, it is really hard to judge. I mean, the map is absolutely lit up right now. The numbers do seem to be coming down. Crews are out there. They're working. Some of these outages, though, you're looking at probably 3 hours and 15 minutes still. Others, you know, it looks like they're getting to them a little bit faster here, and about another 30 minutes if you're in Queen Creek. That's what they're estimating right now.
And what's interesting is now you're seeing those outages extend. So the farthest one is in Goodyear. You got about 1,500 customers without power right now. Estimated restoration time, almost 4 hours. And then you go all the way up to Sun City, and there's about 1,100 customers there without power. They're looking at about 3.5 hours before their power is restored. So as we've been watching all night long, as that storm was moving, you were just seeing power outages one after the other after the other.
Yeah, and Amber, I want to check back in with you as we take another look at our radar here.
Yeah, we've got the storms moving into the West Valley right now. We're going to get some heavy downpours in neighborhoods in Glendale, Peoria, Surprise, Goodyear, Litchfield Park over the next hour or so. And we have seen rainfall rates kicking out ground truth about 1/2 inch in 30 minutes. So that is what we're expecting in some of these areas over the next 30-45 minutes. We already picked up 0.8 of an inch near Arizona Mills Mall and over 1/2 inch along I-17 between let's see, about Camelback and Maryland Avenue. So that's where we've seen some really heavy rain. And you can see that I-17 rain is now pushing into the West Valley. So no severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour. Those have expired. The criteria for that is wind gust over 60 miles per hour. And based on what I'm seeing on ABC15 Desert Doppler, these storms are weakening significantly. And I really don't think at this point we're going to see any more severe thunderstorm warnings issued for the Phoenix metro area. But we will continue to see dangerous cloud to ground lightning, perhaps some wind gust over 40 miles per hour, maybe 50 in the West Valley, but definitely not 60 to 70 like we were seeing earlier. And these storms are just going to continue to move west over the next 30 to 45 minutes. A little bit of dust still out ahead of it. That's moving toward Whitman, but it is dissipating with that rain quickly moving in behind it. We'll stay on top of it. We've got more to come right after the break. We'll see you then.
I'm ABC15's Ashley Holden here at Sky Harbor Airport, where we are seeing damage to Terminal 4, and this is the damage we're talking about here to this roof. This looks like it's the walkway connecting these B gates here, and you can see the damage on this roof. It looks like it was just ripped off, and then you can actually see where it's fallen here. And we are looking at crews here. It appears that they are inspecting this either American Airlines or American Eagle plane that is down here. They have been taking a look at the wing. They have been taking a look at different parts of the plane, and they are walking around it. We're not sure if this part of the roof actually hit the plane, but it appears that it has hit some of these trucks or luggage carriers right under it. We have been hearing about this damage, and we have just been able to find it. You have been hearing us describe just how strong these winds were at the airport just about 30 minutes to an hour ago. I think Amber was saying 70 miles per hour, and we were saying what kind of damage this could do, these kinds of winds, and you're seeing it right here. Part of the roof here, it looks like, ripped off this walkway, again, between the B gates here at Sky Harbor Airport Terminal 4, and it looks like they have landed here down on these, what could be luggage carriers or trucks, and you can see we have someone here on top of this kind of, these ladders, these stairs, taking a look at what's going on. We have crews walking around. We have more trucks that are showing up here. We actually got viewer video of this. A viewer wrote in and said that they were walking in between their gates, and they actually saw this happen, and they thought it narrowly missed this plane here. But you can see we have crews here on either end of this plane checking out what looks like the wind, checking out different parts of it, and we're trying to get a better grasp on if this is a gate or if this plane was here kind of docked. We're trying to see, but we haven't been able to see around this plane. But again, Terminal 4, and these are the B gates here, and again, a viewer was seeing this. I mean, they could see the dust storm at one point here at Sky Harbor. We were seeing the sky was orange, and then it looked like it was just almost nighttime outside. And this is the damage that we have been talking about. We have been able to find it, and this is a pretty big chunk of the roof that we see here that has fallen on what looks like these luggage carriers. More crews showing up here. We're going to have continued coverage. I do want to mention very quickly, we have been told there is a ground stop. We will be checking on how long that ground stop will be in effect, and we're going to have a lot more coverage right here on ABC 15. Keep it right here. We'll be back after this break.
Till 7:15, but you can see that the rain is quickly filling into those areas on the far western outskirts of the Phoenix metro area. We do still have some lightning in the mix and some heavier downpours moving into the West Valley and also farther north along I-17, basically from New River to Black Canyon City. Also across Pinal County, quite a bit of rain still pouring down on places like Maricopa and Casa Grande, and we will see more into the Phoenix metro area over the next couple of hours as well. But I think that threat for severe thunderstorms and those damaging winds, that is over for tonight. I do want to show you tomorrow. We have still about a 40% chance for more monsoon action. Temperatures in the low 100s for the next couple of days. And then we dry out and heat up as we head into Labor Day weekend, up to 107 on Saturday, with a slight chance of isolated storms returning by Labor Day.
And want to update you really quickly on the outage maps as well. Outage situation getting a little bit better, but if you have friends or loved ones that you want to keep up to date, and also if you're following along on your phones right now, we can tell you APS is still reporting nearly 4,000 outages. One of the big ones is Ocotillo to Metlock Drive and 11th Street to 17th Street. Nearly 2,000 outages just in that area alone.
And over on SRP, they are reporting substantial outages all the way from Queen Creek into Sun City. You're looking at Sun City. That was the latest one to pop up. They won't restore power for about 3 hours and 24 minutes. You're looking at about 1,100 customers without power there. All the way into Goodyear, you're looking at about 1,500 customers without power. But really, if you go to the outage map on SRP, you could see it lit up like a Christmas tree. And we watched that storm. As that storm moved in, the outage markers just lit up.
Yeah, and now we're taking a look at some of the incredible images that we're getting in from so many viewers, helping us tell the weather story this evening of some of the damage they're seeing in their neighborhoods. Wow. If you have scenes like this, we would love to see them. Please send them in to share at abc15.com. And thank you to everyone who has already shared.
Yeah, and that gives you an idea of how severe that storm was, how powerful those winds were in Fort Hatchet. Our Fort Hatchet showed us another light pole that had fallen right there in Mesa.
Yeah, I-17 and Greenway are the live pictures you're looking at right now. Camera still bouncing around just a little bit, and you can see how much water is still down on the road there. It is still raining, still dangerous out there, so please be safe. We know a majority of the danger has passed through, but it's still working its way and hitting other areas. Yeah, this is the 101 at 43rd Avenue, and you can always see as the sun is down now how glassy it is out there. When you take a look at some of these images, it gives you an idea of just how much water is still on the roads. Also, quick mention, get the ABC15 app. If you're tracking these storms, we show you the big wide view of the valley, and sometimes we really hone in on certain areas and talk about them because of the situation in those particular areas. But if you want to know what's happening in your own neighborhood or maybe where your kids are, close family members, get the ABC15 app and you can get on that radar and you can look right down into a specific part of the valley. It's free, has all the information you need to know. So we thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope everybody's safe, and we'll have much more tonight at 10 o'clock.